Welcome to the stream. So I think we might want to do like some sort of daily stand-up thing. Because we could use a little bit more focus. So fix the sound a little bit. Cool. Test 1, 2, 3. Testing. All right. So we're working on this, showing the difference between revisions, and we might just want to create some more tasks for that to finish it. Let's just take a look what we did the last few days by signing in to the platform, going to this teacher space. And here we have some activities. And these activities, they have these last changes or 12 hours ago. And I made a small change in this logic. Instead of going to this page, if I click it now, we'll go to the difference of the last revision. And then we have this diff page. I think we worked on the title, so we still need to finish titles of difference translation. We had this switch statement, so we need to finish that. We need a sidebar of activities, so same layout as before. We want to use the sidebar that we have here, just so you know where you are. So we should see how we can set that to the correct spot. If you're in a concept activity, I think it's you might need to do some logic there, saying if the type of the activity is or the status is open or published or in draft. We either select one of these sidebar thingies. Yeah, so let's do some logic. Depending the type or the status of the activity, show open or concept, open or published, sidebar as active. Dun, dun. So that's the sidebar. Here we need to display the titles, and I sort of want to do a list similar as Google Drive. I think that's sort of a nice interaction. So let's take a document, and then there's this last edit was 4 days ago, and if you click it, you see sort of the changes. Yeah, we do it in a different system, but we can see the changes, the diffs here. And then we click another one and we'll show those changes. And you can sort of scroll depending on where you are. I like this last week. This grouping is pretty nice, of course, but we can just do a list. So I do like this sidebar interaction instead of this big list, because we don't have many things to show, so why show a list? So let's do that as well, saying list in a separate menu. So if we would do it instead of doing this in the form, but we could do it maybe, if we do it exactly the same, it should then show in the form itself, these changes. Like this could be, the diffs could be maybe shown inside the elements. That's quite complicated to do, especially for these quizzes. I think for the normal fields it could be doable. You can easily show the diff sort of below it, and this should also be doable. But for the quiz with all these, maybe show 2 versions. Yeah, that's out of scope, so let's not do that. Let's just use this page for now. But you could imagine that you see the difference inside the form, like seeing the difference below here, for example, or maybe two of these before after quiz blocks. That's just something how we might improve the interaction for this cheating changes, but we don't have to go bananas on this. We have to finish it. That's the main point, and not make it perfect, because these features could take weeks to build. We have to release something sometime. Cool. So I think that's sort of the thing we can do, and maybe we can even start with the with this. So we'll probably just set them on top again. Start with the titles, then do the list of revisions in a separate menu. It might be another task, because I sort of get into it a little bit, but see the changes of first revision. So currently you have to have 2 revisions to compare them. But we could maybe compare the first revision with an empty array or something to support seeing the first commit. So you can sort of do it if you have 2, you can then see like the differences, but I think it's also good to show the first one. But that's lower priority than the other ones. So let's do it. We have sort of a day planned for today, so we'll finish some titles. So currently it's not finished, you don't see the title of the change. I want to make a nice little sidebar thingy. We want to keep it, the sidebar of the teacher's room. We want to show all the revisions in sort of a list and click them, and then it should load the next changes. That's sort of the deal. And there could be some improvements we can make, I think, with especially with this list, because we will have all the data already, the first load. So we can maybe make extra, see if we can make it perform well, not heavy load times anymore, because it's pretty slow at the moment. So these the revision pages, I'm not sure why. It should be pretty fast, but it's not. Okay, so we start with this, finish the titles. Now let's get into it. So often, if I don't know where to start, I'll just go to the page and see the URL, and that's a revision ID, diff ID, and then you sort of know what code is being used, and then you can go there with this routes in SvelteKit. You can do revision ID, diff ID, and then this is the page that is loaded. And at least you have a starting point, and you can sort of see what we did. We load some data, and then we show it based on this revision type. And we currently work with the activity difference, so we use the activity instead of the learning goal. And here we get the differences in this array. We made this yesterday. It's a recursive function to to find all the differences, and you can use arrays and objects in arrays and arrays in arrays in objects. So it's sort of flexible, and that's why we have this recursive logic, and then at the end you will get like these values pushed. It's not perfect yet. There's some edge cases that might not work perfectly with arrays in arrays, but for now we decided not to fix them because we don't need to. It's good enough. So we have this activity diff, and we get the differences, and then we show them. I think we don't see anything because it uses this yeah, we just need to fix it a little bit. Something like this. So we sort of explode. This is an array of keys, and these are, because you can go pretty deep in these arrays, and every array step will have a new key. So we loop the keys, we translate the keys, and default we have to set it is nothing, basically. That should work. So here we want to translate this title to title and description raw to description, beschrijving. It's a Dutch translation. And we have a few more, but so we have to see what else we need to do, what fields we have. And this could be different for, this is specific for these activities, so that's why it's in the activity diff component. Okay, so now we get this quizzes 0 question. So these are all keys. Quizzes is a key, 0 is a key, and question is a key. So we change the question. So if we do question, we can set vraag. Maybe without capitals. So we have this 0 key. Yeah, maybe delete it. So we have multiple questions in a quiz. We could even do something like this. Keys I minus 1. If that is question. Quizzes. Why I'm saying question? It's quizzes. What's the translation for that? That's sort of a good one. How do we call it? Translating. Quizzen. Yeah, I think just quiz. So if it's quizzes, the one before that, if it's 0, then we can say vraag 1. And else we'll just ignore it. So these are sort of for these arrays we can specify maybe we can even do it pretty general, like I think this probably will work, +1. So it will start as this index 0. So question 0 is not really nice, but you can just add multiple numbers here. I think it's, yeah, like that. Yeah, we will not have more than 9 questions in a quiz. That will be enough. Else we just have to increase it a bit. You can also set is number maybe, but no. We don't have to go bananas. And maybe it's not a string, these keys. Let's see what we get. We get 0. Don't really see the type. It should be a string, but I'm not quite sure. So let's just check. Yeah, it is a string. So it should break on this. Let's print this one. What do we get here? The key is -1. Nothing. Should there be quotes around it? I don't think so. Where are the quotes? I think that's this problem with the switch case. I think switch case, multiple values. Does that work? JavaScript. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah. You can do multiple cases, so you cannot really do Can you do a sort of a function? It's just the value, but it's multi-case. Okay. I think that will work. We can probably use a function like JavaScript check if thing is number, something like this. What is that? Is number. Okay. Foo. It's probably not the best way of doing it. These examples are pretty broad. I just want to match some integers, not number, but integer maybe. Integer. So PHP has like more of these just functions that you can use. I like that. Here you have to sort of copy paste some Stack Overflow code, just to get the basic functionality going. Yeah, this uses regex. This is nice. I like the regex approach. Test. This is sort of the is a number in regex. So maybe we should use that. The same using regex. Yeah, I still need to wake up. Hey, Black Tomcat. Regex indeed, yeah. I'm doubting. Should we do the regex approach? It should just be a normal thing in JavaScript. I shouldn't even have to look at this, to be honest. It should just be there. But it probably is. But this approach is so complicated. Is none parse float? No, I don't want to do all that. This is not nice, you know. This N is also true. Why? Yeah, this is sort of the regex approach that I would take. This one, num match. Now let's test it out. This regex. Let's test it. Only one way to find out, you know. Test it yourself. I could. Where's the fun in that? What's this? Optimal match? No. Isn't it just like this? Just a digit. Plus. Only digits. That should be it, right? Yeah. And this will match only these things. No, I don't. Gregs? What's up with Gregs? Sandwiches. That keeps on giving. What's on the menu with Gregs? Some nice sausage sandwiches. They want to get me hungry. Regex. Oh, Gregs. Yeah. I want to make fun of my pronunciation. Yeah, that's just how we do it in the Netherlands. That's the way of doing it. Gregs. No, I'm learning it to soften these G's. I just gotta smooth out the G a little bit. Gregs, yeah. Yes, make fun of me. Why not? I just need to wake up and then we'll be flying in no time. We're a special kind. We are special in the world. Only a few of us, but we do make an impact. No, it's okay. I can take it. It's you should hear our prime minister speak at these conferences. It's so Dutch English-like. You're like, why didn't you practice this a bit more? It's really hard to get rid of it because you have to talk Dutch with all these G's, and then English is so sophisticated, right? Yeah, you cannot get rid of it. It's sort of impossible. There's some people that have managed to do it, speak both correct Dutch and correct English, but the people that live in like United States and they cannot speak Dutch anymore. They have this weird accent, this weird English pronunciation that is sort of, some words they don't sound right. They lost the j and the r. So I don't want to lose my native language. Yeah. Yeah, is that the, what's a good sentence with to practice that? Well, I just learned I pronounced idea wrong because we call it ID and the English version is idea. Idea. They really pronounce the A and we don't do that. So I'm trying word by word to correct this. Every time I say ID, I say idea now. Just pronounce the A. Yeah, language is fun like that, right? It's like these yeah, you have, yeah, we can talk a lot like about language, but yeah, but we don't pronounce it at all. Just ask a Dutch person to pronounce it and you will not hear an A in there. The A is just a small yeah, idea, something like that, but it is really pronounced. Just test it with Google. It's idea. Let's do the American one. Idea. 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 Not really an A, but idea. Indeed. Idea. Idea. That's something different. It's strange that there's two versions, right? Idea. That's more like the American approach, and the British is more like idea. That's more like the closer to how we pronounce it, I think. But still, this thing still there. Yeah. But it's okay, it's okay. People can understand you. That's sort of the main thing for it. If you can understand it. Yeah, and I'm spending way too much long time to fix this. So let's just do the normal approach. The fast one that we know works every time. Instead of trying to fix it with regex, trying to do smart things and spend like the whole day fixing code that we will delete anyway. Let's do it like this, and then we know we have to improve it if we just see it. Say, why are there 10 lines? There's something better for it. At least this will work. Yeah, it's just formatting, right? It's not that important feature. So if we would have like an important feature, then we might do something else with it. Okay, we don't get anything here. Case 0. That's this one. So is it looping? It is looping. Why is it not going in the if statement? Where is the thing that's breaking it? What do we have here? Yes. Okay, nice. So what is this key then? We are here. What's the key? Oh yeah, we changed it to quiz. So maybe better to do it like this. Format keys. just create the keys like this. I think that's better, easier to work with in the future as well. So push it to this new array and then we'll show it, and then we'll still have the old one as a reference. So what happened is we changed the array to quiz and we still checked on quizzes. That's sort of a mistake. I'll just push it and then we'll join these keys thing here, and then this will still work. And we can even then, it's easier to, yeah, question 01. Yeah, great. That's 0 and then it adds just this 1 because it's doing a string thing. String to int. That's probably the thing we had to do anyway. So Google is pretty smart, but sometimes you say, hey, why do you give me Java things? I never work in Java. You should know this by now. It could use more of my history, maybe. Parse int. I'm not sure what I'm doing. Just see if it works. Yeah, okay. Quiz, question 1. Now we need the default because we lost the other one. So if we don't translate it, we just want to translate, convert it more. The default case, we also want to do something. Should be part of this logic. Then we just want to push the normal key. Question. So we have questions and we have answers. That's why we sort of have this double logic. So we can add these cases now. Question. Then if we see like a new field that we didn't translate it, we can just add it to this list and yeah, this looks okay. So we now can control sort of how we format these keys, and yeah, this is okay for now. So it's quiz, question 1, and then the question. And we can also change these answers. Okay, I'm happy with this. So let's just, we'll fix it later for the other cases. We have like a few other cases we can add here, but the default is still showing just the key of how we store it. So that's okay as well. This is more like an easier way of doing it, or just a little better. Okay, so we want to make this separate menu. Yeah, so we have this history. I think if we go here and then geschiedenis. That was the route that we made before. No. Let's see what the route is. So we have routes, activity. No. Yeah, it's in this teacher's room thing still. And then history. So we have made this list before showing all the revisions. So these are all the changes. So this is sort of the same as the list we see in let's just open it up a bit better. this list we see in a Google Drive of changes. So we can sort of see for each change, if we click it, it will load it, and then this is a sort of an extra sidebar thing. You can say restore this version. Is this pretty cool to have like some menu here, maybe in the future as well, with actions. So we want to copy this sort of. How does it work on mobile? Yeah, it's really not working, but they probably have something else for. Why can I? So okay, there it is. See how it runs. You can show the changes or not. Okay. Yeah, it's a bit confusing. Yeah, it probably should work on mobile, but yeah, we want to make something similar. Not the same, but I like that you can click it, see it. Hey, Risa, thank you. The video is on YouTube indeed. Risa, sorry. Yeah, have a great day. Thanks for hopping in. Nice. Okay, so I sort of looked at a few options in a Tailwind UI. This is the design that we use, Tailwind UI. It's using Tailwind CSS classes, and it's made by the creator, and I have access to it. So we can see maybe this multi-column layout. Yeah, this is more the layout. And how it will work, you can just see something you like, go to this code tab and then copy paste it into the project. And it will just look very cool and smooth, and it will work on responsively. It will have these animations. It's just taking a lot of front end work away for you to get like something that looks pretty nice by default. And then we can focus a bit more on the actual app instead of the like minor components. And so there's a lot of these things: tag lists, grid lists, feeds. We use most of them, I think, already. These are new. Hey, that's better. So they had these. We use these radio buttons now, and these ones look better. The other one were more like a checkbox. So we probably should switch them around to use these ones. So it will be updated as well. He keeps making new components and even new apps for it. So we have this commerce now. That's a whole different, sort of website. But we can use everything. It's more like a selling website. I think it's worth the money. So check it out if you looking for some easy to implement designs. Maybe a checkout? No. Yeah, I'm just browsing it a bit to see if there's some cool panels. Card to edge. Card with header. So these are just some default layouts. Not that special, but list containers. Yeah, it's not great. But we want maybe a slide over. Yeah, something like this. To the left, to the right. Something like this. If you click it, you will open it maybe. And this is when you slide it, but I also want to have this with a button. This I like it on the right because it's also on Google Drive on the right. I feel like that's pretty okay interaction wise. So we just need to open it in a different way. Now it's opened by using this Yeah, if you slide in or something, it will open. That's, I think, also in the name, slide over. Is there also something different? A model? Yeah, no, that's not what we want. And yeah, this is sidebar navigation. It's what we use already. It's sort of vertical navigation. And these are the items, tabs. Yeah, we just have to pick something and then change it up. I just want to browse a little bit more, but once fly out menus. Yeah, I think this is sort of relevant, but if you click it, it will sort of fly out, fly in. But then on the, I think this one. This one I saw yesterday. That's this list. So it could be like this list, but then you see like a list of things. But I like the slide over more. We just need to change the interaction to not slide, but more like click the button. See other changes or something. We'll have to see how we make it. Let's do the slide over one. Let's pick a one that's pretty nice. Yeah, this should be big enough. So how it will work on mobile, it will also work with this cross. That's nice. You can see the changes, and we just need to change the interaction again with background overlay. No, we don't want the overlay. Branded header, no. Sticky footer, no. Product page. We can just use the basic one. White, empty, just empty. What I can do is copy this code just by clicking it. If you use Vue or React, you get like code for that as well. They don't implement it Svelte yet, but it's pretty easy to do. We'll see how. So we have this page where we show the history, and this is the component, and we show this data table. So I don't want to show this in a data table because it's only one value. Let's see what we get if we change it to the default state. They attempted to close. There was an issue because we have this. Wasn't really commented. Okay, so it looks like this. So what we see is there's a few issues. Yeah. We probably should rethink the header as well. So the close button doesn't work yet. We have to sort of set it up and make it work. I think it's better if it's a little bit more down. It's probably absolute fixed indeed. You have this inset, and if you change it to some different value, what will happen? Inset, I think it's something about the position, but fixed is okay for me, but it should be fixed a little bit differently. Maybe this one, inset I for. Yeah, here we can change sort of the to fit the header a bit more with this inset I. So if you change it, so it looks good. Now we can probably calculate this or see this some other way, but yeah, like this. So it's not really panel anymore, but yeah, I can sort of see better like this. So let's do it like this. The fixed. I have to change it. Where is it? This one, I think. This I. Just want to see it. Yeah. Okay. There's some things we need to make. We'll make it later. For now, we can sort of just put the revision thing in there, like if revisions, previous revision. Yeah, this is, I think, the logic that we had. Panel title. All this. And then replace with your content. And there we should just do some diffs maybe. Let's see how it looks. Let's keep the border for now. And for each revisions as revision, we'll show a link. Probably need to format this a bit more. Well, each. How it will look. Let's see. I is not defined. So we need this for the test. And now we get this. So we might want to format this a bit more. Yeah. And probably now we'll look at the other menu. This. I can make up something myself, but it's probably faster just to take one of these sidebar navigation and now the menu thing. What was it? Forgot. Sidebar navigation, no steps, vertical. It was something with flyout menus or something. Where is it? This one. So we could take maybe some code here, like just some of these. This is also a link. So I just copy one of those links. Now this is a block. Maybe this one as well. This is the menu itself, but 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Maybe see first how it looks, and then use our own content. Let's just get rid of the border thing. Like this. We can add it in later if we need to see. I'm not sure what this is doing, this inset. I think these margins probably should be respected to look good. So now it looks like this. It's not great. First, because we still show this, so let's not show that, but we should remove a few diffs. This one, at least, the outer one. This one is gone. This one should also be gone. Yeah. Yeah, I'm messing it up. Let's remove all the diffs. Not sure what's going on, but we'll see. Yeah, this is probably okay. I have to, yeah. You see better. There is this small shadow. I don't see it on my screen, but there is this small little shadow. That's probably okay, but I think, yeah, this is probably okay. Oh, let's do it like this for now. And we just need to take one of them. And there's this active thing as well that we need to set. The active, I think there's some classes for that as well, but let's just see how it looks without the active first. So the active revision is the revision you clicked and that you're seeing. Not liking me. Why is it not formatting? There are some issues. This should just work right. What's going on? There's some extra diff. Yeah, I think we removed one more diff. Okay, this formatting now, but how does it look? Yeah, so maybe just do one diff of this outset, this one, between it. Now we should have some margins and some inset absolute. No, definitely not this one. This absolute is not great, but border dashed. Let's see what we get if we just do it like this. Yeah, just it's a bit random, to be honest. I'm not sure what I'm doing with let's see, what do they do? A grid gap. So they make this grid. I do like that one. What do we get if we make a grid out of it? Relative, a grid gap, background white. How does this look? So this is pretty clean. Only this title is not really... Oh! What's that? To inspect it. So why is it not the same? Because this has a different... That's probably 6 or something. Oh. Choosing this one. It should be 8. To align. Is there something about this? Yeah, so this has a P3 and this has like this P8. Okay. I'm not sure about this, why it looks like this. But this is okay. If it looks like this, it's okay, right? Hey, relax, man. How are you today? Changes, block, tips. So this whole thing is clickable. Yeah. Nice, nice. Good to hear. Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Having some fun. Yeah. It's going well. There's... Nah, I cannot complain too much, but there's this new lockdown in place and everything is going madness with this corona numbers, you know. That's not great, but well, what will you do? Nothing. You cannot change it. You just have to accept that we're going back into this lockdown phase, which I don't like, but yeah, what will you do? Relax, man. Let's see how it looks now. Okay, yeah, I don't like the title. Should we do the time ago thing? Let's do the time ago thing again. Time ago, I think that's better. Maybe, yeah, I like how Google is it. Good gaming templates. What do you mean with the template? To make games or gaming templates? Website templates. Yeah, I think WordPress is pretty to blog about a game. I think WordPress is pretty good. They have like a lot of these themes that work pretty well. What do you want to make? A game website? Yeah. If you really want to make a game, I don't really know. So this from a time ago. So instead of the date, it's better how long ago it is, I think. So this is Copilot. It's crazy. Yeah, you should probably check out WordPress because they have a lot of these themes and most of them are free. So that's pretty nice. So here we use this JavaScript time ago package and it has these locales. And so we get the time formatted in the Dutch way. You can use this timestamp to do it. It needs a Firestore. Oh yeah. Because it needs to, it has a Firebase to get the timestamp and time ago. Okay. Then if it needs it, it needs it. So it needs Firebase and needs this time ago value. And so we should have Firebase somewhere, but we need to import it still. Time ago we have. It's this sort of this time ago thing. Yeah, so we do have that. So in the route we can easily add it by going to this route, and then we will have Firebase here because we get the data here as well. So we also use it there the time ago. Yeah, we also bind it. We'll already bind it, even though we didn't export it. I probably expected to use it. What do we get? Yeah. 13 hours ago, 13 hours ago, 23 hours ago, 1 day ago, 3 days ago, 3 days ago. Yeah. So it's ordered, that's nice. We do this in the query to Firestore. Yeah, this inset should be higher, I think. What's this? Relative. Sort of this button, you see that? If I click it, it's sort of breaking. Oh. You can click it. This is. Maybe give it a little bit more space, some margin maybe. Yeah. Maybe 4 is a bit extreme, maybe 2. Yeah, that's okay. So you see these changes. I also want to, yeah, it is sort of a menu. Yeah, I really have to fix my colors, but I see it as well. I don't really see this selected, but I see it on the stream, so you guys will see it. You see it's selected, and yeah, if you click it, you will go to the page of the diff. So what I want to make is sort of a menu here, show changes, something like that, or button show all changes. So I think if you look at the difference, you probably want to see the latest version, the latest difference. I think that's like the main use case. What did I do last day? What changes did I make? That's also how I look when I start the day of coding. I first want to say, what did we do yesterday? What sort of changes did we make? And then, oh yeah, this was our thought process. Let's continue. So that's why I don't want to do the list first. So if we're in an activity, the first step is sort of that, like what are the changes that we made 13 hours ago? And then we click it, and then we see the changes. And then the next step is, oh, what changes did we make last year? And then we can click it, and we can go deeper. So we have this slide menu. We still have to see like how maybe we can just easily do like just the text. Bekijken, wijzigen. Then we could still do this extra check. So only, yeah, that's okay. So only if there's a previous one, because we have to still compare it. So we might change this later. Something else. These are some icons. So yeah, this has a toggle. And it should be false by default. And this is the sliding effect. So background overlays, slow height based on the slide over state. Yeah. Okay. So I'm not sure about that, but so we use a Svelte helper package for that called Svelte transition, class transition, and they sort of let us apply classes based on some transition states, and this is really helpful for Tailwind because they use these classes. And I know Svelte has like its own animation logic to really make nice animations, but if you want to use Tailwind UI, it's better to just go with the Tailwind UI classes approach. And that's what this component allows us to do, is sort of translate the Tailwind UI approach to Svelte. And how it works is we can do this. Where is it? This one, show history. And we have this conversion table. So this is the thing we need to do, and we need to put everything inside the transition object. And this object is coming from the where is it? Svelte class transition. So that's coming from the package. And in the transition we can set certain states. So I'll just look it up how we did it before. So this is a sort of example code. And all this code from here, I think, yeah, that should be in the transition. Right? Maybe not. Maybe here. I'm messing up something, maybe. No. Let's just format it first, because I'm thinking I'm making a mistake somewhere, but I don't see it. Okay, let's do it again. So we have this transition, and we need to close it. Why is it not working anymore? Transition. What's it doing that it doesn't work? Now it is working. I probably mess up this thing. Yeah. Messed up the slash. Yeah, I'm not really awake yet, but we fixed it. We messed up the slash. Oh, it's this indeed. No, it's one further behind. It's this one. Don't mess up the slashes. They matter. No, I really should know this now by now, but yeah. What will you do? So it is in transition, that's entering. So that are these classes. So when they're in this entering state, we should apply these classes. Then they're translating. So then they're in this entering from state, this in state. Yeah, thanks for the follow, Elfmon. And this entering from is this translate from. So depending on the state, these classes will be set on this transition object. I think that's how it works. I didn't really look too much in the code, but it's not that magic. Entering to, that's the on state. So this is a conversion table from this Svelte class transition to Tailwind. How Tailwind gives us the info. So leaving is out transition. And leaving from is not there. So that's one thing we know. It's sort of the same as this to, I think. That's why we don't need it. Leaving to is out state. So if we do it like this, we sort of put these classes from Tailwind. And we have this close button. Close, where was it? Yeah, close panel. And when we click the button, we want to set the toggle to false or invert the toggle. So let's go back to the history page. I think it's crashing. Okay, yeah, the toggle is false now, so we don't see anything. But if we set the toggle to true, and this is nice, then we should see something. Firestore. Yeah, let's get rid of the timer. So now we see something, and if we click it, it should be gone with the sort of animation. Yeah. So that's nice. You can sort of see the full diff. You can see, you can browse the. So I think we can use this component. We just need to do a few things. So if we're in this diff page, we want to show it. And in this diff we get a few things. We get, yeah, this code is pretty awful, but okay. We'll have to refactor this one day. So what we'll do, we get the revisions, and we get one revision based on these page IDs, and we get another one. So we'll have two revisions, and then we'll show them. And I think that's sort of the main thing we have to do. And depending on these things, we'll show it. And I like that this is sort of contained in this one component, so that we don't use the logic there. But yeah, what I want to do now, based on this revision ID, we also have the activity. So if it's an activity that's sort of based on this revision type, yeah, this. So if this is set and its revision type is not set, then it's a learning goal. But if it is set to activity, we know it's an activity revision. And we might want to do some same interaction for the learning goals, but we'll have to figure that out later. For now, we just want to focus on the activities. And now I want to get all the revisions. And it sounds a bit duplicate, and it is a bit duplicate, but that's why we have this performance node, that we might want to make this perform better than we could, or that we have now. But let's first make it and then see how we can make it fast. So we have this activity ID in this history. We have this get revision data thing as well. Oh, that's handy. So we can just get the revisions from this component. So let's do that. But so we have this special component made. And I think it will just work. Let's see. So we have this get revision data component, and we'll show it if it's an activity revision. So then it will load the rest of the revisions. If you have any questions, feel free to ask, and I can explain it a bit more, but it's sort of complicated. I can show the component in a sec. So what it will do, this will just retrieve the Firestore. It will retrieve the revisions based on this Firestore query, based on the source and the type. This is just a nice component we made to easily get the revision data. And then we can use it like this. I think it's okay to do it here. So we bind the Firebase and also want to bind the revisions. And the source ID is this activity ID. And that should be... how do we get the activity ID? That should be the ID, I think. I'm not sure how to do what we should... Where we have the activity ID. Let's see the data in the revision to see how we can get the activity ID. So we have revisions. They will have a type, activity, the source ID. So we can use that. Revision, new revision source ID. And we bind it to this revisions. And this is needed for the other component as well. That's nice. Make a typo, yeah. So now we'll get the data if it's activity. And then we show the diff for one. And we want to show the sidebar as well. But let's just make a button. On click is toggle show all history. And then we set this toggle. Yeah, we can toggle it. Indeed. And toggling, you can just do this explanation mark, and if it's true it will be false, if it's false it will be true. And we can maybe show the toggle here. We need to sort of format the button a little bit because now it doesn't look like anything. A blue button? Nah, that's not the thing I'm having in mind. A white button. So yeah, I do want to take like some sort of classes for now, and on focus it will sort of do this purple This is the Tailwind approach. We just copy paste these classes from Tailwind UI and it will just look okay. Don't want to spend too much time on it. So we just copy the classes here and at least it will look like a button. So let's see what we get if we go to the page. So it should show up here. So we see false, so we don't have a toggle. We have a button, but no text in the button. So let's do some text. Bekijk hele geschiedenis. Now we have this button here. If we click it, this toggle will be true or false. I want to flow this to the right. Let's do the margin left thing. So margin left auto and width max. So then it will fit the content and not the full width thing. Right, yes. And let's paste this button above the other thing in a diff with the width full or something. And then it should center, or it should float the button to the right. No. The width is okay of the button, but the floating is not. Why not? Is there some margin that's overriding it? Writing it? No, maybe relative or something. Nah, it's always these. I'll just search the project, see where we did it before. Not sure about that code. Feels like it's broken a bit. Flex. It needs to flex. Flex it. Yeah, flex it. Why not? Flex it. Why not? Now we have a button. We can add a little bit more margin. Maybe just margin in general. Give it some space. Why is it not in the diff? We don't float it, right? Do we float it? It seems we're floating it, but... we probably don't need this max thing. It's already there. So there is really a button. This margin is sort of... okay. It's strange that it sort of goes outside of the thing. Maybe it's because the margin right is not set, but no. Ah, this is okay. It's sort of a button. It doesn't feel like a button, but it is a button. It's sort of a bit hidden. I'm not sure why it looks like this, to be honest, but okay. There's no outline. Not the button I expected, but it's okay. We'll keep it for now. We'll keep it. Why not? So nice web development. Yeah, it's pretty centered to this. I like that. It sort of fits. Yeah, it's okay. Can use some padding as well. 3 maybe. So the padding is inside and the margin is outside. Now it's a very big button. Okay, that might be a bit too much. That's enough, I think. Yeah, it's better. It's okay. It doesn't matter too much, to be honest. So if we click it, we have this toggle. And what do we want to do with the toggle? We now want to show the other component. So we have this show history component. And let's get it in there. Let's get in there, component. For reference to Hamilton winning. So anybody watching Formula 1? Max Verstappen versus Hamilton. Lewis Hamilton. Sorry, I was like Louis. No, it's Lewis. Lewis Hamilton. I hope Verstappen wins, of course, because he's sort of Dutch. Sort of. He was born in Belgium, but he's a Dutch man. We count him as a Dutch man. So we'll get the component in there and also this toggle. We can bind it, but it's named differently here than in the other component, so we have to do it like this. So this toggle in this component is binded to the toggle inside the component. Not sure why it's green, but okay, I can live with it. I don't see anything if I click it. Let's keep the toggle, show the toggle. See what we get. Why don't we see anything? I would expect something to show, but maybe that's already... The toggle is false, that's good. Maybe it's... Oh, I don't feel like I click it, no. So it's probably that this absolute thing is in the way, indeed. This is coming from the other component. The history component. It's a bit strange that it sort of is over everything. I think we can maybe just remove it, to be honest. What's that about? This whole absolute thing. I think we can just remove it, to be honest. Let's see it. So we need a menu. Maybe we need this. It's hidden by default. Still too much. So yeah. Fixed. Yeah, this slide over. Yeah, it doesn't need to slide. I'm not sure about this, but I'll just remove the last two but comment them out. See if we get something now. Cool things. Pew pew. It's almost what we want. Almost. We can click it That's nice. It doesn't stay active, but that's okay. Phew! 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 Nice. This is why I like web development. You get like these random things. Everybody needs some randomness in their lives, and it's probably all logical. Let's just try to add one diff. Just one diff. See if we can fix it like that. Let's give us one. So this inset. We'll have to figure it out what these classes will do, but hey! We fixed it. And this button works as well. So it's sort of this slide over effect. And doesn't work if you slide over it, I think. No, I don't want that as well. But yeah, we just needed one class. You can still scroll inside the thing. And if you click it, you sort of have this loading. So I think if we click it, we should also toggle it again. So I think that's okay, actually, the interaction. It has some loading, but at least it feels like it does something as well. This is definitely something we can remove. And then if we click it, indeed, toggle the toggle. See how it looks. And then it will do the animation again. Hopefully. Yeah, then it will slide out. You can see the diff. Nice. You can see that it's changing. Yeah, this works. Smooth, indeed. Will.k, thank you. I'm also impressed with myself and Tailwind. The animation really make it, really make the difference, right? You would never make this yourself. It's just too much work. You can spend like a day on these animations. I'm missing the button. Oh no, the button. Oh no, the button is still there. It is still there. I like that also over it. You can sort of, the focus is over the other one. Is it the same edit? I just might. Yeah. Well, I think this could work. 13 hours ago. Yeah. Oh! Yeah, that's the old logo. So that's this project. So how it works is we're now working on a different project, but this was the project we built before. This fits. Now it's what happens is that we made these videos based on the book, interactive videos. And this is for a Dutch audience, for people at school, secondary education. And they'll get like these explanations of some math, how to put it in the scientific notations. What we made is we made these interactive, learning math. That's sort of the big thing. And it's this, so that's sort of math, wiskunde, that's the Dutch word for it. So it's wis and fits is videos. So math videos in Dutch. It's sort of a clever wordplay. And using this is, it's sort of nice. And then you get these quizzes to learn it. And you can sort of see some feedback depending on the items you select. And at the end of the video, we made these practice quizzes as well, where you can just practice the thing with sort of generative, so sort of unlimited practice here. And we're now building, sort of using this scope more. So this project was for profit, more like a tutoring system. And we have quite a bit of videos. Yeah, this is made with Svelte and still with Sapper. So it was the predecessor of SvelteKit. But now we make it with SvelteKit. But the big deal with this project was that it was difficult to link the videos and to... so we had a lot of videos and we sort of linked them together by these chapters of the math books, the math methods the students use. And it's just the exercise number and then a video related to that exercise. It is sort of server-side render, but not too much. It's using Sapper, so we did server-side render it. I think it will still do it. Let's see. Yeah, it's server-side. You can sort of see it happening. But the interactivity, of course, is all on the client. But SvelteKit, this was made with Symfony. It is the backend. So we have a whole database, we have REST APIs. It's pretty complicated, to be honest. It uses Stripe to subscribe to it. It's a pretty complicated project, and we now try to simplify it for this project by using Firebase and Firebase authentication. And the big reason why we wanted to build something else was because we want to be a little bit more smarter about what video we show. And we want to use a little bit of AI for that. But during the project, we sort of, like if you want to make an AI for it, you have to have like a structure. And this structure is pretty complicated to build. Because what is learning? Yeah, so you get all in this philosophical way of connecting things. Like what does it mean to learn something and to really understand math? And you get in this scientific literature where they use this long-term memory, like robust learning. You need to transfer it to other things. You need to still remember it a month ago. You need to be able to apply it in different situations. So then you really think about the current situation. Like, the kids are not really learning things robustly. And the Khan Academy has like this mastery learning. And why is that? Why don't we learn better? And I think one big reason is that people really don't know what they are learning and what they already know. And people are it's difficult to notice yourself. Like, what do I know? I don't know. I just live, So this insight in what do people know and what do we want them to know? That sort of insight is missing. Yeah, and it is fast moving and it's about grades, it's about accountability. But this basic thing like what do we know and what do we want to know and what is the best way of getting there from A to B. And we decided that we need like this whole learning goal structure to sort of say, hey, what do we know, what do we want people to know? This is the sort of what do we want people to know. And then we have activities related to it. Hey, PXin, welcome. And then we have activities related to this goal, like what do we want people to know. And then we can test it out. So we have these tests, these quizzes, and we can sort of monitor, do you really know it? And what you see online, that you do a course and you're finished. So there's no long-term memory check. But we want to make it sort of more like a game, where you just repeat a lot of things often. You sort of in this grind and you get activities. So we have these maps and then we show the activities, and we can show any activity we want. So we can even show something you did 3 months ago, or something completely different in a different situation, or yeah, we can do anything here. And this is sort of generated by algorithm. So we try to put as much human effort into the learning goals, creating the learning goals and creating activities. And we want to do the hard thing, like what should I do now? We want to leave that to the algorithms and the smart systems that we develop. So yeah, that's the project. And we had this whole Wikipedia system with revisions. So these learning goals are pretty difficult to make, and there has to be a consensus for a whole nation. Like, what are we learning as a nation? What should be the curriculum? And there's a lot of people involved in that question. I want them to cooperate in this learning goal system with revisions. Not sure if it will still work, because we now play with these things as well. But we had this system made. But then the learning activities, we said like, yeah, that's more personal. It's like how you teach. So that should be the teacher space. So the teacher space is sort of this space, and you can sort of see it by that we only use this sidebar if you're in the teacher space. So we sort of am a bit inspired by YouTube. So you have your own activities as a teacher, but you want the activities to be used in these learning goals. So we have this GitHub pull request page where you can attach the activities to the learning goal. And I can talk about it. You can have this community discussion or feedback about your activity. And this page is one of the reasons why we work now with these differences for the activities, because as a teacher it's handy to see what you did, of course, and to show the changes you made, just to get like a feeling. But in the future we could also enhance it with statistics, or with like what impact was the change, was it any good or not? But that's sort of like future work. But if you have this discussion, this community discussion, and you change it, it would be nice to see these changes in the discussion. So you can sort of see, hey, the teacher changed the activity and these are the changes. And that's what we want to build now. So you can sort of have this whole vibe. So it's really a system we're making. It's about teachers, it's about curriculum designers, and it's about the players. So pretty cool. So you work with Svelte as well? What are you doing? Are you like a programmer? This is sort of and also the science. So that's sort of what we have to do if we want to make something. Cannot go against the science. That should be obvious, because that's not smart. There's like a lot of myths. Yeah, it's pretty nice. So yeah, we're also in this competition, Futures on Learning, Forum on Learning, and it's by this Eric Schmidt and Wendy Schmidt Foundation, the Schmidt Foundation. So I think he was the CEO of Google one day for like 20 years. So he made Google big, together with the whole team, of course. But there's really some capital involved in these competitions, and we're now in phase 2. So there are over 600 competitors still active, but we try to win with this ID, and they're really about scientists. And currently there's a lot of money in edtech, but it's all pretty closed, it's all proprietary, it's privacy sensitive. So they really want to be able to do more experiments, get more learning or more science out of these edtech platforms. And yeah, we hope to at least get in the ecosystem. And we're pretty much in there, to be honest. I see sort of the people involved. It's also people involved in this learning engineering group. So you can follow it if you're interested. This Ulrich guy is a pretty important piece connecting everything. And yeah, this Baker guy is, for example, a pretty good scientist focused on the science of learning. And he has like this moment-to-moment learning curve that we might want to use in one of our future algorithms that we make. Yeah, so overall it's a good community to be in, to also see what other people do. So I think on Monday I had some meetings, and I joined also this CERN. Yeah, what was it? Some presentations. And they have like all these also math, more for yeah, younger kids than our audience. But they also made these videos interactive, and they have a lot of data. So it's just good to see what other people are doing as well, and learn from it, see what works, what doesn't work, and apply it to our own projects. But now we have this nice sidebar. So we have big ambitions, big ideas, but we also have to work with the small sidebar interactions to get something to work. Yeah, I can talk about this all day, but we should also make something. Hey, Luminosity. Luminosity. How are you today? Yeah, we have a nice community of people. And we can talk in this stream. It's not just me working. We can talk about anything if you want. Sometimes we have a little bit less focus than we want, and we'll do this timer thing. So if I'm saying now we really have to work because we're sort of having too much fun, then we'll do a timer thing and we chat. So that's our backup. And PXin is making a solution for us to do this together in a stream. He will release this soon to us. It's free for us, right, PXN? Or do we have to pay like thousands of dollars? I expect it to be free for me at least. Then I can test it with you. I'll be the first beta tester. And he makes like all these cool features for us. And then we have like a nice stream. Nice community. We also have a Discord. If you're interested, you can. I will announce when I'm online. I forgot to do this today. Thank you. And we have a YouTube, and sometimes I post some videos if we made something. If you want to know how we made these videos interactive, there's like a video for that. That's more. Yeah, it's more for a different audience than actually the community. So more explaining some technical things. But yeah, I'm not really good at making these videos yet, but we'll get there in the end. Yeah. So let's do the active sidebar thing. We have this Nice. I saw you had the keys of your house. Yeah, I'm really following you on Twitter. They're pretty nice. So you got something working with SvelteKit and MongoDB, right? If you want to show something. No, it's cool. There's this translate function. It works pretty well, and I can learn it a bit. It's the username on Twitter is the same, so you can check his Twitter out if you want. It's pretty cool. Yeah, so we have this active thing. Okay, some domain model. Cool. Do you want to show us? I can show some pictures if you send me some images. Maybe you can take a look. That would be cool. Don't have to, but if you want, we can do it. So here in Tailwind UI, it says, hey, if you want to activate an item, you can sort of do this active thing. Text gray 600 is active and text gray 400 is non-active. So you probably see this 600. Where is it? The active we don't see. Oh, and this 400 is this one. What is this? Pattern. Oh, the active of this. So not the active of this. Okay. No problem. So we can probably see, yeah, it's just this hover effect, right? Let's do that. Yeah, okay, cool. So you see this sort of gray background effect. So if we select one, then I want this to be shown as active, and I'll just use the same hover effect, but then this background gray, I think that's the magic. So it should be just some sort of activity. We can do something else maybe, but this should be okay. So we have this hover background gray. So we want to set the class. And this is a way you can do it with Svelte. So you can set this class based on some logic. So if I set this to true like this, it will always show the class. So now if I go here, everything should be. Maybe I messed up. Oh, yeah. So everything is now this background gray thing. Okay. Nice. So you're learning it. Cool. You ask your team. Nice. So you have some Svelte tasks next time. Yeah. That's the best way to learn it, right? To just have to do your regular work with it. So when do we want to set this to true? If the I want to have some sort of like current or active revision ID. We just set it to value for now. It doesn't have to be anything. We'll bind this later. If the active revision ID is the same as this revision ID, the other way around is I think a little bit cleaner. Then we'll show this class. And then in the route we do have to set this. What is the active revision ID? And we have it in the route already. So we have this params ID, that's sort of the revision new ID as well. So this one. So if we use that as the binding here. So we set this value to the new revision ID, and then we should see some backgrounds without hovering it. Yeah, so this is now gray. If I click this, we should see the other one is gray. So you can sort of see what is selected. And will work. Yeah, see you later, man. Thanks for showing up. Good luck with the house. He just bought a new house, so he has to fix it up and paint some walls. First electric wires, and then maybe it's pretty old house, right? 70 years old, so he has his work ahead of him. Yeah. So we have an issue, and that's with this last one, and that's sort of the first one. The last is the first because it's in the reverse order. We did check for this ID thing, but it's not working. I just want to print the ID maybe. This revision. So only if this previous revision is set, we should do it. And maybe there's some data that's just broken, but maybe not. Okay, now it works again. So yeah, this is working. Okay, then I don't know what the issue is. It's working now, so. I'm happy with this interaction. I think it's okay. Now maybe it's good to add like this ID as well. Just some. Just the thing you will watch. Have to refresh. Yeah, I'm not sure how you use this ID, but so sometimes you don't see any changes, so that's also a bug we need to fix. I think we have it in the Trello. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe edit. If there is no difference. And we can sort of do that with this same difference thing we made yesterday with this function. So yeah, I think this will work. This is okay. I like this interaction. I like this sidebar. I like the slide out animation. It feels okay. There's some minor things that you don't see the diff. That's sort of this. Yeah, and then what is this? Okay, we do get it again. So cannot read. So let's fix that. Just be a bit more defensive, I think. I think value key, this is not set. Yeah, it could be that it's using the other one. But yeah, we just have to be defensive here. So we made this function and it crashes now 2 times in a row. So we have this recursive function and this value key it could be that it's not set. So we only want to do the recursive thing if value 2 key has this key. Then we do it. Value 1 key should be there because we loop it. But it should be set. Yeah, I can also check it for that one as well. It should have some values. And the same for the other one, for this array. We can be a bit defensive for that as well. So you can think of situations where this arises and then we just don't show the difference. Yeah, that's okay. Maybe then else we would show like something like that there is a difference, but yeah, this should be even more rare because we check. I think this should never happen, to be honest, because we do check the length, so that should always have this value. But this one should be fixed now. Let's check it out. So I want to prevent these errors because they will crash the website. So it's better just to show nothing than crashing it, and then people will not refresh. So we have to be really defensive about it and fill gracefully. You can do try catches, and I'm not sure how to reproduce this one because it's sometimes working, sometimes it's not working. Sort of a bit random. I just want to browse it a little bit. See if we can still see things. You see this toggle thing? Yeah, I think it's okay now. We'll have to see it, and if we see a bug, then we have to be a bit defensive about it. I think that's the sort of flow that we need to take. Okay, so I'm happy with this interaction. I think it's better than this list that we had before of all with this data table. So this is better in a separate menu. Yeah, let's do the sidebar thing. So it's currently a bit weird that you're in this diff page and that you don't see this sidebar. How it should look is that you have this little sidebar always open. So you sort of see that you're still in this teacher space. Now you're sort of in this new page without any context. You don't know where you are. You cannot go back easily. But if you have the sidebar, you can just click it and you're back where you were before. Now you're a bit stuck. You have to go here, and that's just not great. So we also always want to keep the interaction a bit available. So let's make the sidebar. So we have this sidebar component. Sidebar. Open sidebar. And we combine it to some menu items. Lounge. It's a teacher lounge, but let's rename this instead of lounge. That's sort of the incorrect way of doing it. Let's rename it to teacher. That's better. It should automatically. We use this a lot. Doesn't exist anymore. No, we just changed it. So let's try to refactor this instead. No, we don't want to do that. Okay. So I think you can refactor it, right, and rename it. I think it would rename it automatically, but maybe it's not that smart, but Shift Enter to preview. No, it's only this file that's changed. Okay. Well, let's just do it like this. Replace in files. Yeah, this looks okay. Teacher menu items. So we have the sidebar, we set some menu items. We have the slot. Title. So we use these slots to do something. And we want to show it in this page. This diff page. But we only want to show it on certain pages, like this activity page. So we really have this separation between learning goal and and goal page. So we might want to split this up a little bit more later to have like a goal versus maybe even in the routes or something. We have to see what we can make. I don't want to spend too much time on refactoring things. It's only 2 things we have to check. Then it's probably not worth it to make like a whole system for it at this time. So we have to always be careful not to over-engineer things and make it too flexible, but also, yeah, just keep it readable, understandable. Menu items. Yeah, the if should be here. So we need to get the menu items. This with the path is input for the function, and we, based on the path, we can set a selected sidebar. The menu items. I probably only need to set this if new revision type. But yeah, we don't want to do like unnecessarily checks, especially with this path that can be pretty difficult based on the learning goal. We might match it and get some unintended consequences. So if we check for this, we only set it if the type is an activity. That's a reactive statement. And then we'll load this sidebar, and we don't want to list the concept activities. So what's going on? So this is the content that we want to show. This data is, yeah, I'm not sure why it's like this, but okay. This is just something we want to do independently. Sidebar is not defined. Okay. So where's this sidebar coming from? Sidebar Svelte. Just copy paste it. So we have this sidebar, and in the content slot we'll show the content we had before. And we have this title. Here we have this button. So it's floating to the right. So we might want to replace this button with this. Then we have like this consistent CTA button for the sidebar. Let's try it out. So this is floating to the left. Not sure why. Don't understand that. Give the title activiteit. It's a difficult word. We have the source ID, we have the activity. Definitely good things. Let's see what we get. We get a big error. New revision is not defined. Yeah, okay. So in the beginning this is not set, so we have to do this check first and then for the type. It has to be set first before we can check the type. And what do we get? Yeah, we need to do it before we, after we define these things. Let's define everything and then do the check. not above. And we still have to, what do we get now? New revision. Revision new. Revision new. It's revision new. Yeah, okay. So this is the button now, and I don't really like it. This sidebar, whole sidebar thing could be a little bit more on top as well. But it should be flexible enough to change this to the other button that we had. So if you just use this button and paste it here, it will probably work. Let's see. Yeah, let's include this diff thing. Sort of needed. So now we have the button that we had before. It works. Maybe this margin is a bit too much. This top thing. Yeah, I do like this sort of layout. It could be what I want to say, I'm not sure. Could be a bit more to the top. I'm not sure what this margin is doing there. And we had the idea to make like a logo. You're in the teacher space, but I don't think we'll do it. So if we just remove this header thing, that's already better. This empty heading. And we have it on every page, so we'll just have to change the sidebar. We have this class heading 10. And I don't think it contains anything, to be honest, so what's it doing? It will do quite a bit. It's this code. Show menu items. Ease in, ease out. So it contains this sidebar action. So it's this thing. So if we remove it, we don't have it anymore, but if we just remove the height class, so I don't see this this button is sort of hidden when, where is it? That's because this is fixed. Oh. Okay. We can maybe increase the Z index. Maybe that will work. Sometimes that works. So now it's sort of on top the other one. I want the button to be always on top, maybe. What class do we have? I'll just do the set index here. Yeah, this is better. Then we have the button again. And now the button is overriding the other thing as well. That's not the thing we want. Okay, let's try to fix it in code. So this height could be gone. The button will have a Z index. What's this? This button. No, not this button. Only this page. We don't want to change all the pages, only this one page. this diff page. So we have this tailwind class. I'm not sure what we can do with the set index. Yeah, I think this is set index 10. And then in this revision history, no. Yes. This whole diff can be higher, 20. This will show on top of the button. So we get. So the button is on top of the other thing. Yeah, and this is on top of the button. Yeah, this works. So if you have a very, very small screen, you can still click it. It's okay. But then it's sort of, then you're stuck. This is, yeah, you can do both. Took, took. Nice. Yeah, and if you have a little bit bigger, then it's of course better even. Nah, it's okay. Don't have to be too strict about it. I do like this. I do like this. You can leave it. Yeah, you cannot leave it open because if you click it, it will change again. But yeah, it works. You just need to set the sidebar, but maybe we don't have to do it. So if you change it, it still stays open. But if you click this, it sort of is not selected anymore. But that's okay, I think. We don't have to change that, I think, yeah. At a certain point, you're not having this sidebar. Nah, it's still open. It's still an open activity. So I think it's still better if it's active. So let's try to fix that. So we want to activate the right sidebar thing. So we have this page and here we have this sidebar. Yeah, I think we have to change the sidebar a little bit. So we have these menu items. Yeah, not the component, but more like in this function. Get teacher menu items. So maybe we can just set the active path or something. So I sort of want to control this a bit more. Which one is active? Instead of doing the logic here, I want to do it in this other component, because there we have the the logic of the activity, what activity we have, and I don't really want to do it here. Yeah, okay, maybe we can do it pretty general by using this activity status. So we can do it based on the page path or the activity thing. This is concept. Let's draft in English. So if we set this to draft here in this function, it will select this one. If it's open, then we'll select the open one, and if it's published, then we'll select the published one. And then we know the status because we have the revision. And the revision contains sort of every field of the activity. So it will also have this status. So we can just use that in the revision ID. We don't have to do any strange logic. So in this ID thing, we have the get menu items. We have this new revision, so we have the path. That doesn't really is needed that much, but we also have the status. If we put it here, then it will just work. Hopefully, we'll see. Yeah. So you see now it's in this open thing. So we go to published. There should also be some changes here, maybe. No, let's make them change it around. Then we need to save also this connection. Then we'll make the revision. I'm not sure about that, but yeah, why not? That's how it works at the moment. I mean, it's strange that you edit the activity and you don't see like the changes only when you update the connection. That's the published one. Let's open again. Why is it open? What happened here? It should be published. It was published before. Okay, yeah. It's not published? Oh. Yeah, this one. It is published. So we just updated this activity. So what's going on? Still in this open state, and that's not great. What's that sound? At least we see now it was changed 1 minute ago. But this is a different bug because it's different. So we didn't fix it for the edit page yet. We just did the open thing. Let's fix it for the edit page because this is sort of strange. But this is not the bug we made now. But if we do this change activity, the changes, the last changes, we would see this. And now it's published. So it will work, the code that we just made. So we see the changes. Yeah, I do like this. I definitely like this sidebar action. Just feels nice, you know, things moving. Feels like you're shuffling things together. Feels like, wow, this is really smooth. Someone really made the effort to make all these animations. Really want to use this now. Okay. So let's fix this edit thing. I think it's here as well. If we edit the concept activities, yeah, it just doesn't do anything with this this status yet. So we have the edit page. It's in this route activity. Then this is the page. Yeah, edit activity. And we get the menu items here. So what we can do instead. Do it reactive again. If the activity changes, it also will change the menu items again. We'll just get the status in here. And we use this path thing, but I think it was used for that one. So we don't have to use that anymore. We can do it on the status only. And it's better. And I think for the preview page you also need to do it, but so if we change the activity here, we see it's still in this concept. Nice. The open, it's still in the open, and the published, it's still in the published. And if we go here, it's also still in the published. So it's really taking the data of the activity. There's one more issue, that if we go to this preview page, it should... Oh, we don't even have a... Never mind, we don't have a sidebar there. Maybe that's better, because it's sort of a preview of the activity and you don't have sidebars when you watch the activity. Maybe not, but we'll have to see. For now it's okay. Yeah, so this is complete. Sidebar done. So let's take a small break, 5-minute break or something. Yeah, let's talk about something before we continue with the next talks. See the changes of the first revision. Yeah, I think it's a nice one. Let's do that next. So we have to sort of refactor that a little bit. Some code, make it empty, see the first changes. That's something we probably want to do. And then we'll add these changes to the work page. So we'll have this, I'll call it the work pull request page. So here we want to show the changes as well. We have, yeah, we don't want to link to the page. I think we just want to show diffs. Maybe we don't have too much space here, so we can maybe refactor this a little bit. This interface is sort of growing on me, this small centered. It sort of feels like a Reddit thing, but yeah. So what we'll do next is using a little bit of the same logic that we have, but show it differently. So we don't have this button, of course. You don't have the sidebar. You just have this, the changes. And now we format it like for left, right, but we probably want to format it more like up, down. We'll have to see. But that's why we split it up last time. So we have this get the difference and show the difference. And we'll have like 2 different versions for that. Like one is in the page and the other is more like in this status update thing. That's also showing the difference. Whoa, yeah, I'm just messing it up, but we show the difference in this page and status update, something like that. Yeah, I'm messing it up. That's okay. Yeah. So it's almost weekend. We have one more day left after today. Yeah, I sort of need the weekends a little bit more than it used to be. It's maybe because we have this deadline. We want to finish the project. It really feels like work or something. It takes a bit of energy to get it. All these meetings with these ed tech folks and these learning engineers. It's really nice, but it's also, yeah, it takes some energy. Yeah, at one point in the project we did enough meetings and it's more about making things. And I think we're sort of there already. We know what we want to build. We know what we want to do. Just need to make it. Just need to build something. The time for talk is over. It's time for action. Sort of like that. We need less talk and more action. And I think like if we commit this now, it will probably break something. I think this revision page for the learning goals is sort of broken as well. So there is some work to really polish this. Yeah, and I don't even want to look at it now because it's a bit broken. So let's fix it first for the activities, and then we'll take another look at these learning goals as well. Okay, that was a nice break. Oh, then we have to do something again. Okay, energy. Let's get some other music going. Let's get some... Yeah, now I had this sexy playlist. I'm not sure if you guys noticed, but we did the sexy playlist of Epidemic Sound. It was okay, it was okay. I think no one noticed it. So what do we need? We need some... yeah, not funny. Epic now. Let's do the Summertime album. I think that's sort of the best album on there. There's this Summertime thing. Where is it? Sunny Grooves now. There's this Dancing with the Devil song, which I like. Summertime, where is it? It should be on top, even if it's winter. We want to have the summertime vibe. Uh-oh. It's gone. Should I search it? Summertime. Latest first. Okay. So this is not the best search model, but let's try it like this. Summertime. This one, yeah. Let's do that one. Let's try it out. Dancing with the Devil. Okay, let's do it. Let's make something again. So the issue is, if you make a new activity, let's show it. I'll make a new one connected to learning goal. Just doing some cool things. New activity. Test 1, 2, 3. Just add some vibes, some logic, some quizzes, some time, some chuk. Doesn't really matter. Yeah, maybe the female ID matters because it's sort of not nice if it's broken. So I copy paste this and I get this. Oh, now it doesn't work. We had this bug that it was this E before it. We had quite a bit of time. So let's couple it. We'll see this activity. Is it broken? I did click the button, but I don't see anything. It's broken. So that's something we have to take a look at. So we open the activity and nothing happens. So we can take a look at the activity, see if something has been stored, but so this is the, yeah, it is open. It is linked to this learning goal. Oh, yeah. Sorry, my bad. I sort of played around with this to test it and I removed the go-to thing. Yeah, I just commented it out. So everything happened, but it just, it didn't move to the page. Let's do it again. I'm not sure if we have now multiple things, but it shouldn't happen, but no, it's just one. Nice. So we have this activity. It's this one. It's now an open activity. So this concept thing should be changed to open as well. Let's do that. Where's this concept going? This draft index concept. Wat is de wijziging? What route is this? Activity index. This is the edit. Yeah. So instead of this, let's do this. Activity status. Let's actually make it. I think it's okay if it's green, but okay. It's concept still. This is a new activity, I think, right? No. This is not the activity we had before. I'm not sure what I did. Let's see. This is the activity ID that we had before, this one. We can just go to the URL and see what we have, but okay, it's broken. Cannot read properties of undefined status. Yeah, it will just be reactive. I'm not sure about Firebase if need, but now we see this open. That's better. And it should be published if it's published. And this one is draft. So we can make it, we can do the translation. If activity status is as draft, then we do this concept. Else if, etc. That should be a string. And then we can just do a normal text. If it's open, then we'll do open with the capital. And if it's published, then we do gepubliceerd. You can see the status, and we can change the label as well. Instead of the green, we can make it a different color maybe, but that's okay. So now it's concept again, and the open activity is open. Published. So we see a little bit of feedback about the status. It's the same as this, concept open published. So it's just a reminder where you are, and then you can see the history. Nice. Nice. Sidebar action. It's much better than the page we had before, so I'm quite happy with it. Okay, but that was not the thing we worked on. It should be, if we go to this activity, let's go back there that we just made. So now we did make the activity. So this is sort of the changes. Yeah. Do we really need to show it? Yeah, for now we don't need to show it. I think it's just the activity, so we didn't make any changes yet. So it doesn't make any sense to have like this show me the changes of the last one. So I'm okay with this, but if we then make the changes like this, we'll change some things. Let's change the theme ID, the time, a question. Let's change the answer. Let's make a new one. Blah 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 blah. Save it again and update the connection. So yeah, the saving is more like you're saving your own version. And now we see the change, and the change was this. So this should be changed. This should be old and this should be new, and this is now the other way around. I was not sure about that, but that was just a mistake we made in this history component. So let's go there, revision history, and we just need to change the order of the revisions. So the first one is the old and the second is the new. So this is the new and this should be the old, and then it should work again. Let's see. Refresh. So it's still in the old format because we used the link. So this is also broken then. Or maybe that's the only thing that's broken. Yeah, I cannot really test it like this. I have to go to the activity, which I know is the correct order. This one. So this button should also be different. So now it will, yeah, the URL decides what to show on the left and what to show on the right. So you can even get the difference between like two completely separate revisions. That's a pretty cool feature. You can even do it across activities if you want. See like how does this activity change from this activity. You can sort of see the difference because we use this revision architecture. So it's pretty flexible. We just need to, in this edit form, where is it? Bekijk wijzigingen, ja. De laatste wijziging was. If we look at this button, yeah, we need to also change the order. So the previous. Oh, okay. So I think I made a new bug with the history thing. Because I think the history was okay and this was not okay. So this is okay, I think. Let's see. Click the link. Yeah, now the new one is here, the old one is here. So we see some untranslated titles as well. That's not the thing we want to build now, but you can see like these are the changes you made, but you don't see the first version here. So changes made on what, and you can sort of see the changes, but if it's the same, you don't see the fields. So you don't have like this history. It would be nice if we had this saying, this is the first entry, the first revision. And I think we can make it. We just have to support it. So so here we have this route, and it goes to revision ID, diff ID. So it requires two IDs, and if you just go, I think we just show the component with revision ID. We have a show and an edit. So maybe in this diff, we can also make a new file called index.svelte. So it's a bit index, but it's sort of revision ID diff. That's the URL now, without the second ID. So that's this. So hello world. Let's always start with the hello world. See if you can find it. I'm not sure what Copilot is doing here, but I don't want to accept this. It's crazy stuff, Copilot. Let's see what it makes up. What do you want to do here, Copilot? Generate me some solutions. What should we make here? How smart are you? We want to show the diff of one component. What's your suggestion? Crazy include IO stream code. Crazy code. Crazy code. You're talking crazy, Copilot. No, thank you. That's why you're the co-pilot and not the captain. We cannot listen to that. So, yeah, we have this. Let's go here. I want to show it here. The other one doesn't matter too much, but I want to show it in this history. Look at change. So here we check for the previous revision ID. And if we have it, then we show. But if we don't have the previous revision ID, that means we're in this first version. So I'll still do the same code, except for this URL. I'll change the previous revision ID because we don't have it. That's why this should also always be the first. as well. That makes sense. So now we should see two things here. If we see it. Don't see any errors, red things. Yeah. Whoa. Do I understand this? No. We didn't make so many revisions. What are you talking about? What is this? Did we? Now I'm mistaken, like, what did we do? Not sure if I understand this. What's happening? We have this activity, this is what we just made, right? Yeah, this is the activity. We just made this 7 minutes ago. And this will have this revision. We'll have two revisions. We sort of see it by clicking this. This is the latest revision. So this is the latest revision. It will have like this source, open. So we changed some values here, not everything, but quite a bit. And this is the other revision ID, that's this one. And when I press this, we get like all these other things. Hello world, okay. It feels a bit random. What's happening? What is this revision? What is that? It's not nothing. Oh, it is something. It has this source ID. A status draft. Ah, okay. Do we make revisions for the draft? Feels like it. So I think it made like more revisions than I expected, because it should only do it on when you update this connection to the learning goal, but I think it also does it on this edit form now. Let's see. So here we edit the activity. And this is using the same revision source ID. So it feels like it's a real revision. It's being created. But it's still in this draft stage, so you can see what's happening there, but let's think. This is a different one. Yeah, this is the one. So I think this is the real changes, but these are all draft changes. So see how this works, because I don't understand it. Where do we save it? We have this maybe in the maybe do it in a function. Did we make it? So we have this activity trigger. Do we do something with the revision here? Let's see. Maybe automatically make it or something. That's the only thing I can... yeah, revision goal. Get next previous revision. It could be that we do something here. On... no, this is more like the generated thing. So... require... So this is the only code related to these, let's close it. It's only related to these revisions. and we call this on this trigger revision ID. So on create, do we check for the revision type? Yeah, we update the revision list for the learning goals. This is something we want to change as well, but this is model learning. I don't think this is causing the issue that we see now. So I think it's client side and not a Firebase function. So this edit thing is sort of my... So when do we make one? So do we already have a revision now? I don't think so. Test. I think maybe it's on this preview page because draft. Yeah, what is this? Helper, yes. Retrieve. Activity list. What's that code doing? Source. This code is running on this get activity list data, retrieve, yeah. So here we get some activity data. So let's look at the preview component, because I think here we make the revision, create a revision. I think that's the only place where we do it. We can check by this revision type, because this is the one that's being created. Yeah, so this is only here. And we print it, we search for it, but this is the only time we set it. The history, we show it. What's doing here? Revision, yeah, I think this is the only place where we create it. So I'll test it. I think I know it. I pressed this button like 100 times, right? To test it. So every time I press the button, it sort of created this new revision. I think that's the sort of the issue of these 15 things. That's the reason. So we should probably disable the button. I think that's something I use quite often, because this button is sort of pretty scary button. Now we don't want to accidentally click it twice, because then you'll have two revisions as well. So we have this from submit, and then we just disable the button and then enable it after a certain time. But I think we can just disable it, keep it disabled, because we link to the other one. But there's some time where you have to wait before everything to load and to be stored. So here we can just disable the button. And the same for the update connection thing, we can also disable it. And then we set the button to disabled. Go back. So the back button is fine to click it twice, but this one, we want to link it to this disabled value. And if we click it, it should be disabled. Yeah, now it's disabled, and we should link to this page now. Yeah, that's better. So we have this new activity, this one. There should only be one extra revision now. Oh, wait. It's... It's this one, I guess. Yeah, I think it's this one. It should be open. No? Where is it? This preview. So this is the page. This should be the activity, right? And this is the preview. Yeah, it's this one. Strange things. Okay. So I'll just change the thing to summertime. This is a nice catchy song. Can add some questions again. Save it. And update the connection. Oh, we just have a video, random video. Okay, so we have updated the connection. So if we go back to the activity as the teacher, we see it's open and we see the last change. And now I would expect 2 revisions. Yeah. So this is the last one. That's what we see now. That's this test from test 1 to 3. But if I click this one, we'll see this hello world. Yeah, now we're talking. Nice. So we do need to make the page. Maybe copy some code for it. So maybe I can just copy the whole code of the to revision page. So what do we have differently? We still have a goal diff. Let's still use that one as well. The breadcrumbs for the goal, the sidebar, breadcrumbs. Yeah, that's okay. This is all used for the goal page, not for the... So we also want to be able to do this for the goal page, I think. To show the diff. That's why I copy paste it. Go back, go forward. It's all goal page related things. Update, menu items with the revision new status. And we don't have a revision old anymore. We don't have it. So here's the code where we get the old data and we don't have it anymore. Will it work? An empty revision. Not for the goal because we still use some old code, but for the activity, will it work? I think it could work in theory. So there's no revision old here except for this empty object. Don't think it will work, to be honest, but we'll see. What do we get? Yeah, we don't see any changes. So we might be able to, yeah, we can still use it, but you don't see anything. So here we will see something, and here we don't see anything. Because I think it needs to be like a default activity instead. And we have some helper functions, so maybe we can use that. So we have some this sort of structure. Get default empty activity, and I think for the create form we have some sort of similar thing already. Yeah, it's this one. So it's empty quizzes, empty title, empty things, empty, empty, empty. So if we change this to this function instead and return it here, this empty object, then we know for sure we have the valid thing, else the create form will be broken. And then in this page, instead of an empty object, we'll take the default object. Then we can compare it with this default object, and we should be able to see the difference. Maybe. Maybe not. This is the other one. No, no luck. No happy solutions. Why not? Maybe it doesn't have like any revision. So what do we get here? I'll just want to see the differences first. So we have to debug a recursive function now, I think. And that's always fun. That's always something that puts a smile on my face. Yeah, so we don't see a difference here. So why not? So let's see what the input and the output is. Let's do the black box first before we dive into the recursion. So the console log is, this is the old one. That should be empty. An empty, our default one. Not empty, but more like a default activity with just empty strings, etc. etc. I was watching some debates yesterday. And it seems like all the Dutch politicians do this. They say a sentence and they say etc, etc, etc. It's enzovoort in Dutch. And I was thinking of making a compilation video for that. Like just a sentence that doesn't really make sense to do etc, etc. But they just do it anyway. Enzovoort, enzovoort, enzovoort. So many examples, too many to list them. I don't, it's sort of funny. If you notice it, it's sort of funny, people doing that, etc, etc. I did it just now, so not intentionally. So what do we have? This is an empty one, description raw. It should be able to do it. But this empty one is pretty clean. And this is also pretty clean. We should be able to see the differences here, I think. So why don't we see him? This is the code. So let's see the output of this diff, if that's also empty, because this is where the recursion starts. And that's sort of the issue probably. But if this is the issue, then it's an easy fix. It's probably not the issue. No, it's still empty. So this is the output of the recursion. No, this not. This is the output of the recursion and it's empty. So that's not great. So we have to debug a recursive function. And that's the only issue with recursive functions, that sometimes you have to debug them and you have to get really deep into them to really understand it. But okay, let's do it. We have an object. It has a type of value object. So that's the first thing. And we have keys in the object. So we can print the keys. And the keys should be these fields. Title, this is object 1, so we should see this fields. Title, type, SVG, status, quizzes, etc. These are the keys. Etc, etc. And the other one also has these keys. Title, SVG. So maybe it's this defensive thing that we're not here or something, that this is undefined. Let's check it. Let's run it. So we see, where do we see the hairs? Let's just run it one more time. Start clean. Okay. So the title, description, status here. Description, type, difficulty here. Status. Maybe instead of doing here, let's just print a key instead. I'm not sure about what we see. Okay, we have a status, a difficulty, a video, quizzes, activity. No title. And the last one is yeah, do I understand this? Where's the title? So the value to yeah, maybe if key is title, that's just the name of the object field name. So if value one, or if key is his title, what do we get? I want to see two titles now. I think we don't see it. I think the second one is sort of undefined. So print the title of value 1 and of value 2. Test and nothing. That's great. So the first one is just an empty string and the second one is test. And then we get here, and then we get status. True or false? Empty string, is that true or false? It should be true, right? It is set. I think it's false. I think we don't see it. True or false? Do we see it? No, we don't see it. So an empty string is not okay. So we just need to check if it has a key. If it's empty, that's also fine. Yeah, we need to do this. In. Key in value 2 and key in value 1. That's better. So an empty string is false. That's sort of the thing with JavaScript. And this is probably okay. Now it will go through. If it's an empty value, the key is at least set. Yeah. So this is nice. Because we see the first thing. Is it completely correct? No, we missed the difficulty. That's also set. And the status. And I think that's the reason, because it's sort of not in this. It is. Difficulty is 1. Oh, and 1 is 1. It's a bit difficult. So this is 1 is a valid value, but I don't want to do 0 here because it's sort of the default value as well. So what I can do is maybe set it to yeah, that was the music. Maybe set it to something else. Let's see. Curveball. Well, why not? So I think we can just do it for the difficulty only by... I just doing something like this. Let compare activity empty, sort of like this, and then set this to the default thing, and then you set the difficulty to an empty string, and then use this one instead. and bind it. And now get it, difficulty is 1. And what about the status? Do we also want to show it? Yeah, why not? I think it's draft. Yeah, probably not. Why is it draft? I think this is nice. Only the fields, not the status. I think it's now pretty complete. Let's try it with full activity. So this is okay, but let's create a new one. Just select one. Doesn't matter too much. Set it a type. Give it a title, a description, difficulty, SVG. Why not? A theme UID, a quiz, with some answers, maybe 2 questions, why not? Okay, I think this is like the full thing we can make. Maybe we can do some KTeX, but what's this? Yeah, it doesn't see the theme ID, but that's okay. We still store it. Okay, so we just updated the learning goal. And we can even show like some something here as well, maybe. Oh, no. Is this activity? I'm not sure what it is. Activity, this one. Yeah, it's sort of this activity, I think. Yeah, we really need to fix the routes a bit better, and we need to fix the navigation a bit more, but this is the thing we made, indeed. So if we change it, change the type, add a 2, change it. Just change 1, why not? I just changed 2, why not? We're doing it. I just do the full thing. Didn't change the correct status, and then we update the connection. We updated it. Now there should be a difference as well. This refresh maybe. Why is it still in this concept phase? What's going on? It's sort of difficult to see what we do. Yeah, this one, right? No. It should be an open activity, and it should be using this test thing. Which one is it? It should be in progress. This one, maybe? Yeah, it's this one, I think. Yeah, it's this one. And then we have this changes, and we'll see like all the changes we just made. Good. And then this was the first one. So we don't see the quizzes. Yeah, this is not perfect yet, to be honest, because what if you delete things? Then we also don't show it. Yeah, there's still a bit of refactoring, and so the issue is the quizzes are empty, and here they're not empty. And what do we get in this difference? We probably should see something. No. I think we have the right approach, but we just need to create like a little bit better feedback. Like if you have an array and the other one doesn't have an array, then we should just display the whole array as a difference. I think that's sort of the big deal, like a fixed array difference. So version 1 is empty array, version 2 is full array. That is a difference. And currently we don't show it. So I'll take like a little toilet break and then we'll try to fix this. I think this is okay now, this default thing. At least you can see the first change. Especially if you browse this list, it's nice to see like what's the first one. Hey, El Papa! How are you, man? I'm good, I'm good. I'll just take a short break and then we can chat a bit. We have like half an hour left and we'll try to fix some code as well. We just made this nice changes interaction. Do you like it? It's sort of this flip, side flip. It also works with these arrows. I'm not sure why the scrolling. Oh, look at that. What's that? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we're not going fast, but we're going step by step. Perseverance, indeed. I'll see you in like a minute, and the rest as well, if there's still people watching. Be right back. I'm here as well. That's pretty cool, these sound effects of Epidemic Sound. So I am... all these cool effects. Probably should do something with that for the YouTube videos, like these computer effects or applause. It's pretty creepy. Every time we finish a feature, we should give ourselves some applause. Nice, nice. Yeah, you can make you can buy these soundboards and have these things on buttons, right? And do some cool things with some effects. This play these sounds by pressing a button. One more category. User interface. What's the sound of a user interface? Oh. Cool. Musical. Ah, that's cool. That's cool. That's pretty cool. Okay. Enough with the sound. Let's do some program. How are you, El Papa, today? Let's do funk. Funk. The most popular funk you have. Cool. So we'll just try to write some code again. So I think this is sort of the same issue as we would have on other revisions. Nice. So we see these changes. Let's get busy indeed. Now we have 30 minutes left in the stream. So we can fix it. I don't want to fix these title thingies. We'll fix them later. But I do want to fix showing the difference between these arrays. Let's get some work done. Yeah, I think this is finished. We just need to fix like few little items. And this is sort of the biggest one, and also maybe plus objects. So the same issue is if we have like an object. And this might have fixed the other one as well, that we don't need a default thing. We can just set an empty object. Yeah, if we have an empty object and a full object, we don't show the difference. So we have to check the recursive function. How we can show it. So maybe we can make a test page, because I can see like this is quite complicated. So I think we have some test page already. So this was a test for the adventures array. It's pretty handy to use it like this. So this could be like the first scenario that we can test. Empty object, and the other one empty array, and array with the field. How do we? Yeah, it's an array. Maybe an object then. Yeah. The index. Fruits length, apple, banana. Okay. I like this. So yeah, it's an object then indeed. John Doe. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sometimes you can do things with PHP or Python that you cannot do with JavaScript, and then I'm a bit confused. And I can just print these things in the console and see what we get back. Diff 2. And so we just call a function here from this helper, the same we call in the other components. But now I made the test component, so if we go to localhost test, we'll run it. Test is not defined. We do need to set some values. Some typos. Okay. So here we see the main issue. So that's we should see some difference. So what should the difference be? Field 1 field is test. So this, we want to return this, a key field 1 test. That should be the difference. So, and we don't get this. So this is the main reproducer for this bug. Why don't we get it? Well, we get the difference here with this value, but only if they're the same, and then we compare them. If they're not the same, we push them. And we push some arrays as well. This is also strange a bit. But if the object doesn't have the key, we'll do nothing. So this else nothing. And this is just... But what do we want to push? That's also with one object, the other object. So it's not just this scenario that we need to fix, it's also the other way around. I think that's also like a big one. Because we don't know the order of these things. So it's also the other way around, that's also a big one. And this is then the test thing here. So this is now the empty one. It shouldn't really matter what order the revisions are in, because we'll change it around. We don't know, like the first one always contains more than the other one. So I'm not sure. We can call this twice maybe, and then just reverse the order 2, 1. And then merge the two values, but that also doesn't feel right. And that's one way of doing it, but if we fix it for one, that's also pretty difficult. So maybe instead of doing this, so how can we structure it? So first, if it's an object, maybe we could do some pseudocode. Get all keys from value 1 and value 2. So this also should be an object. So we don't check it now because it's always the case, but I think we should check it. Yeah, we have to be careful not to name the things the same. So get all keys. I think that could be like a better step. And we don't have this for loop for these keys. Just an empty array. Contains, what do we have? Includes the key, then we don't do nothing. But if it doesn't include the key, then we'll add the new key. And the same for the other values, so value 2. So now we should have all the keys. This all keys thing. And this is helpful because it shouldn't really matter what the value is. And this is the check we do anyway, so nice. And then this is code that we don't use anymore. New keys is key. Oh, we put it there. Yeah, okay. Yeah, makes sense. This for the inheritance of the depth of the keys is sort of a recursive thing that we need this code line. So if you do keys, we get like everything. And now we only want to go deeper with these new keys. And then it will run this again with these keys. Let's rename this keys of objects. Oh, that's better. All keys is sort of everything. That's not possible. And then we get the difference and value 1, and it doesn't matter too much if this is an object. If it just has a key, then it's okay. But if the key is in one and not in the other, that's sort of what we know here. So we know key is in one value, but not in the other. So this is a difference. And what is the difference? What is the difference? That's depending on the value. The value of the key that does exist. That's versus nothing. That's sort of the difference. So here we can add a new difference. Like this to the array. We can just use the keys. And we can say this. Yeah, the issue is a bit, we don't have to see, oh, there's a difference in the object. We also want to see the field. So we have to do it for every field. So let's make the example a little bit more complicated by adding a field 2 here. To the first one, doesn't matter too much. Field 2 to 3. So here we want to see test and test 1, 2, 3, 3 plus these fields. So we want to see the full object then. And I think it's probably better instead of doing it value per value for each key. What we then can do maybe is just saying object and then so it's a bit strange to be honest, because it's not for every. We only want to see the differences for these keys, so it has to have to do with the keys of the object. Yeah, so we only want to see the value of the. And that could be recursive again, so we probably do need to set a recursive thing here. Yeah, sorry for the brain thing. It's sort of complicated to fix it because we have to do it recursively. And I don't blame you if you cannot follow me with this. So if key is in value 1, then we should still use value 1 as a key, and this maybe yeah, just empty something, empty object. What is it? Yeah, we don't know what it is. It could be anything. Could be value, could be object, could be an array. So where do we want to compare it with? Just null? I'm not sure yet what this value 2 should be. Oh. And the new keys, that's probably still valid. Okay. And else, we'll do it the other way around. But this is null. This is value 2. Null keys. I'm not sure where I'm going with this, but at least we're writing code. So now we have to think recursively, and it's quite difficult, but yeah, so one value is set and the other one isn't. So if they're both objects, they go here. If they're both arrays, they go here. And else we'll compare them and we push the value. So we sort of assume it's not an object, it's not an array. It's just a string value and we can compare them like this and print the values. But it could be that different scenarios. Could be that value 1 is an object and value 2 is not. Or it could be that value 2 is an object. And then this assumes that the other one is null, because else it would go here. And here, if it's value 1, we can sort of loop through all the keys of value 1. Yeah, it will be messy code, but we can clean it up later, of course. It doesn't matter too much. We can loop through the keys. And we'll just say show me the difference. These keys, and this is still null. The same for object 2. That's sort of, it will be messy stuff, but that's what we like. Doesn't really matter where we set it, but yeah, okay, maybe we should just do one value. Doesn't really matter how we set it, I think. So I think this is cleaner to do it like this, and the same for this value 2 key. So the value of this, so if it's an object, then we have to do this. So let's assume this one is an object. That will go here, and it will go for every field of the object. It will call the function again. So you can see how complex it will become. And if they're both objects, then so this is sort of a different path the function can take. And this is if it's an object, but if it's an array, so we only have to check value 1 now. Nah, let's keep it. I'm not sure about it. If it's, could be possible if it's empty by the beginning, it should also go here and just check the values. So if value 1 is an array, but value 2 isn't an array, so that will be null then. Else if value 2 is an array, and we're not adding any difference so far, so that will be the last step. But then we can loop it again. So we have this array loop. Yeah, we should definitely see if we can make it a little bit more understanding. But we'll probably never touch this code again for 20 years. So that's the good thing about it. Yeah, so here we have the same issue with the that we need to loop everything. But if the length is the same, that's fine. Else we push this difference. Yeah, that's something we have to change as well. But let's not do that now. So if one is an array and the other one isn't, then we'll still call it with this new keys as well. But here we should also do the new keys thing. So we forgot to do that. And yeah, it's in there. The key is, what's the key? There's no key. What's this? Key. It should be I or something. That's what I would expect. For key in value. Yeah, there's no key. What's this about? This should be just I think. That's the key. So I'm a bit confused by this code now. What's going on there? It should just be I, this 0, 1, 2, 3. That should be in here. Well, never mind. We'll just try to work with it. And this is then null, because we know it's null. This is value 2. Okay. So we have these objects can be empty. We have the arrays can be empty. This could again be an object or an array, and it will just continue the cycle. It will just go inside until it finds like this value. And here we can add some more else's. And it's sort of the same pattern that we used before. If a value is set, then we'll do it like this, new value. And else, yeah, I think the order does matter, actually. If value 2, then the first one is empty. And the second one will be value 2. So we'll compare it to an empty string. And here we do want to change these value to, because it matters the order. Like the old value, new value, that's sort of this old value, new value, and the same for this one. So the value 2 should be the second one. Null, 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 value 1, value 2, ninth, null, null, and this is also change it around like this. Yeah, and at the end it will go here in these values, and it will just print them. Print them and return the diff. And then it will, if it returns it, it will just continue the loop. So there's a lot of things it can do. Let's see what we get. Cannot use in to search for 0. In null. Value 1, value 2. Okay, yeah, so if it's 0, then we cannot show the keys as well. That makes sense. So it's complaining because one of them is null. No, it doesn't make sense. Because it shouldn't be null. Because we do check it. Search for null. In null. But they're both values, objects, so you should be able to search it. What are you talking about? Value 1, value 2. Doesn't make any sense to me. Can I use in operator to search for 0 in null? So this is null. How can that be? I don't understand that. Type is object. That cannot be null, right then? Or am I stupid? This shouldn't be possible. So it will go pretty deep, but at the end it will check for null. And then this will be null, but that... What do we get if we do this? And print the type of this thing. What do we get? Object? Or something else? Object. So that's the issue. Null is an object. So that's why it went in here. That's something you have to know. It's, you can do it undefined, but I like null. I like to work with null, but it is an object. You learn something new every day. So we do need to do this NN, not OR. It should not be an object, and it should not be null. Yeah. Just an end, and it was OR. So now we should see something else. Yeah, no nulls anymore. Cool, and new keys is not defined. True, true, true. Here. There as well. Refresh. No errors. I'm not sure what we see, but it's still empty diff, so that's not great. At least we see no errors. What's this? 85. So let's debug this a little bit more. What do we see? So it will go pretty deep into the recursion, so that's why it's a bit difficult to see. But I would expect sometime value 1 is set. So I would expect this or this. And maybe I will do an else, just print them both. So it could be that it will go here and not somewhere else. Let's see. We can do a little bit more debugging. It's pretty doable with these console logs to see what step you're in, but So what do we see? 5, 7, 9 and 11. That's 5 or a different val. Test. So we don't see anything from this helper. So where does it go in? Let's debug it. So every step I will do some logs. This is the first log. Console log, object. So then we can sort of see the steps and we can follow them manually. And this is object null. And this is null object. This is array. This is array null. It is some work, but null array, we can do it. Value string. Value on string null. Not the last one. Null string. I expect this to be null. See what we get. Typo. Typo time. See what we get for output. Okay, it starts. Let's do one test scenario because that will be easier to see. Let's do this one. So the first one is an empty object. And the second value 2 is this field 1, field 2. So we should be able to understand this with the debugging tools that we have. So it starts with an object. Great. And so we see 2 here. So there's 2 times this object null. So value 1 is an object. But value 2 is... yeah, I see the bug now because we also have to check for null here as well. Because the null is an object. That's what we learned. Indeed, Copilot. The same for value 2, it shouldn't be null. The null is an object, so that's sort of a big deal. Could be an array as well. But yeah. See, maybe the type of is not the best thing to use, but let's see what we get. We get some output now. We get a string. Old value is null, new value is undefined. So we do get this string, object, and then string. So what do we get in the string? Is that what's the value there? Value 1. See what we get. Null and undefined. Yeah, it's sort of in here as well. Null and undefined. If it's null, how can it be undefined? That's also strange, but okay, let's take it one step at a time. I think this is like a bug that null, you can compare it, so probably want to do this later. And just check if it's null. I'm not sure. Something like this. If value 2 is null and value 1, then we do value 1. Maybe do it like this, that's better. Value 1 first and then value 2. And else, and it's the same thing, but then the other way around. Value 2 shouldn't be null, and then we'll print value 2. And if they're both null, then it's strange things. Then we just ignore it. Maybe we should do that as well, to check else if. Because it could be the case that it's both null and then we just ignore it. Or just don't do anything. And else we'll check the values and we'll print it. So here we know it's string and here we know it's null string. And here we know it's string null. Let's see what we get. Object, and then null defined, undefined. So it will go here, I think. Now in the object. So we are here, and then we'll check it. So what are we doing? Do we do step 1? Not step 1, 2, or 3 the first time. What do we see? Okay, it's 3. This one. Now this is sort of, it will do 2 times. Not sure why, it's because of server-side rendering or something. So what is the key? So the key is not in value 1 and probably also not in value 2. So what is it with the keys? What's in there? Let's see. Okay, these are the keys. Field 1, field 2. That's correct. Because that's the data that we see in the test thing. That's field 1, field 2. So these are the keys. That's nice. At least this is correct. And the key is 0. Why? Why? How? Why is that possible? How? Why? How is that possible? For key value. Why is it? It should be just yeah, I think it has to do with this for loop. I don't like these for loops to use it. For this reason, I think the for loops are a bit strange in JavaScript. So this is 0 and then 1. Now we get the value. Yeah, now we get the value. Okay. Well, if it works, it works. That's true. So this is the index that we get, and then we can get the key like this. This is also the index then. Value 1. It's strange that because we see field 1 and stuff like that. What do we get? Index. Our value 1 is empty. Second then. Value 2. Index. Field 2. Okay. Do I understand this? Yeah, it will return the first item of the object. That's sort of the deal. Nah. I think I do understand a little bit because it's field value, and here it's 0 value. So it would probably work if we yeah, now we just push the key, so it will be 0, but yeah, this will work. Why, yeah. I don't really like the code indeed. Key value. So it's not really keys, let's do just... let's keep it like this. It will work, it will work, it will work. Let's see what we get. So we've now field, it's still 3 and one is field 1 and the other one is null. Is it? So it first goes here. Okay, it will go into 3. And what do we get? What's the key? Do we see it? Yeah, it's this, field 1. 3, field 1 is the key. And what is this value? It should be the... This should be the test thing. Yeah, test. And it will go in here. So value 1 will be 0, 0, and value 2 will be this test. So that would be 0 test, that should be null string, this one. That's what I want to see, but we don't see it. We do see it, null test. Null test. But we should see it somewhere else. We should see it. Yeah, why do we have... Why is this on top? That doesn't make any sense. We put it here, I think. Why is this here? String is this. We have a duplicated function or something. That didn't make any sense. Let's see if it's better now. So null string, yeah, good. So the first one should be empty string and test, yeah, good. This is what I want to see. And the second one should also be that. Yeah, and alt value this, and this is the key. I like it. This example works. This is the output that I would expect. Field 1, test, and field 2, test. So this is sort of, it's working. Yeah, I'll keep it. Let's do the other scenarios. See if they also work. And then also see what we'll get like with our data. Field 1 test. So new value is test and old value is nothing. Yeah. So that's great. Even if it's in an array, it will still see the difference and will still give... But now it has this 0. So it notices it's in this array. So that's okay as well. That's why we get this extra key. Good. Next one. That's sort of the same example, but then a different way around. So it should also just work. Diff free should be. Field 1 test. Yeah, now we see the old value was test and the new value is nothing. So that's also good. That's the other way around. And we see it doesn't matter where you put the revision. And I'm pretty sure this will work as well. Yeah. New value and this was the old value. And it has this key, this is 0. I'm happy with this code. So let's see how it works in real time. We see a lot more now. So I think we sort of fixed it. And this was the first one, and we see all the quiz, correct, false, true. So we see all the small little details, much more than we saw before, even the ID of the question. And we can still put this to the ignore list if we want, or combine it in a different way, do something smart with these. We have the keys, so we can sort of combine them in a better display. But this is sort of the raw data that we still get. This should be ignored as well already. Offer ID. Maybe we didn't ignore this yet, but we should. Yeah, it's looking good. I'm happy with this. I think we fixed the recursion, and yeah, tomorrow it's last day of the week, so let's leave it at this for now. We fixed the recursion. We sort of have to do a lot of translation still of these titles and stuff like that, but I think it works pretty well. We made this nice sidebar sliding action. We made this sidebar to the left, so you can easily go back to other activities and see the changes. And there were some bugs. But I think we fixed most of the big bugs. So tomorrow we can really finish it up and make everything work well. And hopefully, what was it? Which one? This one, I think. And hopefully we can finish this up, this page, and then work on this status update. So I do. Maybe also I want to have like a go back to activity button. A little bit better interaction to go back and to go forward. It feels like a bit too difficult to do now. So you also can see these pages. But yeah, it's different now because I use this test data. So for me, it's pretty difficult to see which activity I'm working with. But if you have real data, it should be easier. Yeah, you shouldn't have like this test fake data. So I don't think we have time for it tomorrow, but maybe we can start it to show the diff here as well in these updates on these pages. And then we're sort of done with this diff activity thing, and then we still need to fix it for the learning goals because we now have this new system. We also want to apply it to the learning goals. And then we're done with all this diff thingy. And then we can focus more on other things. But that's for next week. We have a pretty big to-do list indeed, man. So yeah, that was it for today. Thanks everybody for watching, for chatting, for following. There were some new followers. Let's see. It's Elton Mon and Will C. Dotka. Thanks for the follow and for the chats and for everything. And tomorrow we'll be here and we'll continue working on this great feature. And remember, perseverance. Keep going every day until you're sick of it, and then do something else. So see you later.